I've been using Quillbot Premium for 30 days and all I can say is wow. The different modes took my writing to the next
country. I think he'll be a great friend of India. Naturally, he is a friend of Russia. I think the war will stop. I think the Middle East, which is boiling now, will definitely take a clue who is head of state in the United States. I don't think there will be so many skirmishes that are happening because the United States is supporting those skirmishes between Israel, Iran, Lebanon, and Gaza and the Gaza Street. I think that will stop. I'm sure movement, of course, President Trump will take over only on January 20th. Until then, I'm sure they will cool down.
Mr. Sampath, while we're getting in some more breaking news, do you believe some of the world leaders right now, particularly in the West, will have to grudgingly accept that you have President Trump back, pushing ahead what he believes no longer can be a burden for America? You have French president now saying that he's ready to work with President-elect Trump. Not that he had much of an option, though, Abhishek. Here you have Macron saying that ready to work together with Trump. Sampath,
look, Shravan.
Not much that he had a choice.
Look at Europe. Macron is on his way out.
Yeah.
Olaf Scholz is on his way out. So effectively, Viktor Orban becomes the first European head of the government to actually congratulate Trump, and he is right. And he is someone made of the Trump politics, in fact, in many ways. So if you look at it, European leaders would be saying this with a lot of discomfort. Even irrespective of whether they are in or out, right, Europe is going to have a tough time dealing with the United States under Trump.
That's an important area because all this while Europe essentially wanted to strengthen NATO. That will be perhaps the big friction point. Sampath, one quick word. I do understand it's late at night right now, but with regards to working with the European partners, do you believe that perhaps President Trump is going to alter it, keeping in mind that you cannot have much of a friction point right now? And then I'll also take our viewers to the numbers that are now coming in. Sampath, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think initially the NATO was very not so sure they want to do business with the United States under the leadership of President Trump because he demanded the right things to do because they had not paid the dues of NATO for years and years. And US was the only country paying and managing the whole NATO. I think he said it right. So they were not very happy about his demanding the funding of the NATO. And I think NATO was much more stronger under his leadership. As you know, he has very close relations with President Putin. He told within 40 hours of his presidency, he was going to talk to President Putin and to stop the war between Ukraine and Russia. I think that will be the biggest gift to the world because we don't know what is really happening in Ukraine, how many thousands and hundreds of thousands of people might have perished. Nobody knows because, it's all under the rug. So I think that will definitely bring a peace. So also in the Middle East, so also in the Afghan area where US left suddenly and they had to rework their system. I think the whole world will be different place to continue their struggle to survive and live. I think President Trump will make a big contribution. More than anything, I think he'll be a close friend of India, and we're looking for that. That's the only reason, in spite of Kamala Harris had an Indian heritage, we supported Trump because he is going to be much more closer to India, and he has promised so many things. We'll make sure that he does what he said. I'm sure Modi ji and him, and they will get together and resolve whatever issues we may have with our neighboring countries, including Pakistan and Bangladesh. It's a big thing.
Mr. Sampath, I'll just request you to stay on with us as we now just quickly take our viewers through the numbers that are emerging right now for all our viewers who are tuning in right now as Donald Trump becomes the 47th President of the United States of America. Which are the states that have essentially contributed to that? Let's take you through the details emerging right now. We've got a better picture right now with the projections that have come in from multiple sources. Now, let's just quickly take you through what are these 7 swing states that we are really talking about and why this is becoming the key turnaround. Let's first take you through what are the 7 swing states and what does this essentially mean. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona. So you're looking at the number of electoral votes. Largely here you have Pennsylvania. Remember, this last time was taken over by Joe Biden. Again, that has flipped at least 19, the highest coming in from Pennsylvania. Then of course you have from Georgia as well as North Carolina. North Carolina, remember, was one of the first states which essentially was moving towards Donald Trump this morning. Then of course it was followed by Georgia, Arizona, as well as Wisconsin and Michigan. What has really changed? All through the campaigning that took place in the last few months, you had both the candidates essentially talking about 2 things, at least when they're going to places like Pennsylvania, Georgia, largely talking about what their promises as far as immigration is concerned. This, again, ladies and gentlemen, you've had President Trump once again making it very clear. He believes that it is going to be through sealing the borders and what he says should be legal immigration. Largely, as you can see, the picture really changing. These are the bellwether states too. It has flipped many a times in the past too. For a very long time, you've had, these are the places which were seen as somewhat Democrat stronghold taken over by the Republicans. In the last election, remember, at least one was with the Republicans. This time it turns out that all the swing states, all the 7 swing states have moved towards the Republicans. So that's how it looks like. This is the full picture. That's the full picture coming in. Let's also go across to our guests who are joining in right now and what Donald Trump could essentially mean for India as well as the region. Because remember, just about a few days ago, Dr. Joseph Chalil, you've had President Trump essentially talking about the fact that he is going to be playing a crucial role as far as protecting the Hindus are concerned. So many would have seen this as what he believes the policy dealing with Bangladesh.
This is a great day for as we were predicting for America and for the world. Trump has actually won a very decisive victory. It's not just a victory in electoral college votes. It's a victory now will be in popular votes. A victory in the Senate majority, which will strengthen the hands of the president in confirming whatever appointments he need to make, and also possibly in the U.S. House, which will control the purse. So no one's going to question his victory now, and this will bring in global peace. He created a new type of Republican Party. This is not the Republican Party which everyone's used to 20 years ago with the Bush families or even with the Reagans. This is different. This is a time when our people are supporting, including from Arab Americans to Jewish Americans, supported President Trump. Indian Americans, even though Kamala Harris was, of our own heritage, was largely in support of President Trump this time. And even the Black Americans supported President Trump. So from everyone, from Black to white, to Asians, to Muslims, to non-Muslims, to Jews, supported President Trump. This is a great coalition for President Trump to come in this time.
And I'm very eager to get a reaction from Daniel Bodman, senior journalist, joining us from Canada. Daniel, you are hoping that Trump comes to power. Good news. Are you happy?
I'm very happy. I'm having a good time. It's keeping me up past 3 a.m. and smiling. So that's, I think it's great geopolitically. What you're talking about is true. Trump did break a lot of the false paradigms. The Obama worldview of we can hug the terrorism away and empower Iran, and if we hug the people who hate us the loudest, the hardest, then they will somehow realize that we are, in fact, noble and they will become like us. That never happened, and it made things worse. And you saw Trump come in and, the peace between the Abraham Accords. He was setting actual deterrence. I tend to, where I probably disagree with the panel in India is I'm a bit more bullish on Ukraine than I think a lot of people are. I think Ukraine's highly underestimated, and I think people forget that Trump, there's a reason why Russia didn't invade Ukraine when Trump was president, is because there was appropriate American deterrence, mainly in terms of energy independence. But now you have the Europeans who, they have to actually make hard choices and they're going to be forced to what? Abandon Ukraine? No, they're going to play ball with Trump and be forced to sort of get NATO in order to provide some actual deterrence from the Russians, because, America's not going to do all the work for them. But regardless for all this, it sets the sort of just bring gas prices down, stop with the overcomplicated nonsense. If there's just energy glut and there's industry and people who are good, if you could just supply people with like basic needs in a reasonable way and not get government overly involved in this, then everyone's going to be happier.
Okay, so getting in some more breaking news right now. The first congratulatory message coming in from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He says, need to put an end to Russian aggression. In fact, referring to President-elect Trump, who said a short while back that he is here to stop the war, a clear indication of which way is it headed. In fact, he's reiterated this multiple times. If we are ready to play that out, because perhaps at least three big takeaways from the victory speech of President-elect Donald Trump. One with regards to immigration, the second with regards to how exactly he would essentially deal with two ongoing war, and of course now you have Ukrainian President Zelensky saying peace through strength approach works. Now indicating that whether at all there's going to be some sort of a dialogue too. In fact, not just that, one character perhaps President-elect Donald Trump referred multiple times was of course Elon Musk, and the fact that the image of Elon Musk with President-elect Donald Trump a short while back from Florida, that too perhaps caused a lot of heartburn. Let's first listen to what Donald Trump had to say about Elon Musk.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. He spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. He sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But
all right.
I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this.
All right, let's move on to another breaking news development coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi joins other world leaders in congratulating.
Don't worry, sir. There is 24 hours running water. Not to worry at all.
And you paid brokerage for this? Find your next house on No Broker. No problems, no brokerage.
I look forward to renewing our collaboration to further strengthen the India-US comprehensive, global and strategic partnership. Together, let's work for the betterment of our people and to promote global peace, stability and prosperity. Prime Minister, in fact, goes on to post a few pictures of him with President Trump, which includes one in Ahmedabad, where Prime Minister had held the Namaste Trump event, hosting President Trump in front of 100,000 huge crowd. And then there is another picture of Prime Minister and Donald Trump at the Howdy Modi event in Houston, Texas. And then of course there are a couple of other pictures of the two leaders engaging. That clearly shows the kind of chemistry that is there through the pictures comes out, and which was underscored by President Trump during the campaign, not once, twice, perhaps 3 times. And Narendra Modi becoming the first leader perhaps from Asia bloc to be congratulating Donald Trump. And of course this is big for India. Remember, in the period of 2016 to 2020, when Donald Trump was president, India carried out the surgical strike in Balakot. India removed Article 370 from Jammu and Kashmir, and we generally saw our geopolitical situation really strengthening, and no interference whatsoever from the deep state in the United States. Unfortunately, over the last 4 years, Shawan, we have seen the Biden-Harris administration strengthening Pakistan by improving their F-16 arsenal. We have seen the United States having some role, as reported, in destabilizing Bangladesh and hence India's neighborhood. And we have seen the United States indulging in push and shove on issues of human rights, freedom of religion, etc. We have seen United States play some destabilizing role in India's northeast. So in a way, that's a good development. India's geostrategic community and the policy think tanks would be breathing easy. And Prime Minister there really underscoring that with his congratulations. If you read between the lines, Shawan, and I would like to, what Prime Minister Modi is saying is that we will build on the successes of the first term, and that's really okay. Moving on, back to back, Prime Minister Modi congratulates President Trump, and then we have Giorgia Meloni of Italy coming out with her congratulatory message on Trump. Historic friendship with America, she is saying in her post, and sincere congratulations to Donald Trump. Remember, Meloni in fact happens to be a right-wing leader in Europe, and so there would be an ideological coming together, unshakable alliance with America. She is also the one who is strongest perhaps in terms of staying power in Europe, with Olaf Scholz, Emmanuel Macron going out, and of course in United Kingdom we have Keir Starmer, who is from the left bloc. Okay, Shawan.
Well, in fact, it's quite interesting. After the French president making the congratulatory remark, you have the Italian head of state now responding. So it's interesting with the way we have seen how things are really panning out in the last few months, and now changing equations. Alexander, if I can just take that question to you, because within the Republican camp right now, in terms of the renewing the relationship, many would say that changing administration in the United States of America does not really impact India right now, because it's almost like a Teflon coating that has come into the relationship. But do you believe that this could essentially mean bringing in the golden era of the two nations, the relationship once again renewing?
See, I have always believed that the foreign policies usually it's a long-lasting relationship. It normally won't change when administrations change. But in this case, I definitely believe that President Trump, because of the friendship between President Trump,
Alexander, there's a personal chemistry that we are referring to here, because one could easily look at the body language of both the leaders when they have been together, the kind of bonhomie that they essentially share that perhaps translates further. And if you really look at the images of President Biden along with Prime Minister Modi versus what we are looking at, even the images that we are now playing out, that in itself shows the comfort that both the leaders have.
Exactly. See, that's what I was trying to say. The friendship, Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, because of the policies that they aligned with, there are a lot of things they have in common. They have more things in common. That's what makes a relationship better.
Donald.
Right. In fact, we're going to put out those images, multiple images, because that image in itself tells you the story. That it narrates the story that we have really seen over the last several years, where you've had the Prime Minister essentially referring to Donald Trump as his friend. He's done that multiple times, and in every speech that he has actually delivered, he's largely spoken about how things have nurtured over the years. Let's now break it down for all our viewers in terms of what is it really expected, perhaps in the months to come, and how India could play a very important role, particularly in the last few months. If you really see the way India has played a role diffusing tension, particularly in Israel as well as Russia-Ukraine war, do you essentially look at right now, Purnima, if I can bring that to you, do you really see right now what's the view in America with regards to India's role right now?
Having me, I appreciate that. First of all, I want to say I'm beyond ecstatic. I've been keeping it quiet, but I can't keep my excitement. First time, I'm just saying after Donald Trump talked, and I was speechless. I was beyond. It's scintillating. I can't hold my excitement. You can see the point I'm trying to say over here, that if Donald Trump was not elected, it was not just a bad luck for Americans, but for the world. So it's something that I just posted right after I've heard he was declared. Congratulations, America, congratulations, the world. He had been talking about it for quite some time, that if he was the president of America, these two wars would not have started, and there's a lot of truth around it. And Modi kept saying that this is not the time of war, and he's right. And when Donald Trump was the 45th president, at that point of time, he also was talking about ending wars that was going on around the world and bringing the troops back to our country. And Afghanistan also was part of the conversation. And after he was ousted from White House unceremoniously, and these leftist Marxist goons left Afghanistan with such a disastrous drama, it was not a good look for America as well. It was not a good look for the people of our country. And then coming back from there, they start a new war, the leftist political folks. But at this point of time, his agenda is absolutely clear. He wants no wars. Also, he wants to make sure that there is legal immigration. His stance changed. The folks that were completely anti-immigrant have changed because of the fact that in the last 4 years they have seen how illegal immigrants can actually create massive havoc from corruption, from crimes, from taking away funds from our treasury. That's what has changed Donald Trump's stance as well. And he understands that he actually needs to bring in high-skilled labor like us who came to America to build product for America. I was not building product for India. So like that, I think these are something that we have to converse, and right-wing parties has to understand as well. And I think that was the massive shift. And obviously, he very specifically said that a star was born, Elon Musk was there, he has to protect the talent for America, and he understands what it means. He understands what the immigrants have done for the country. And I think with shifting towards India, there's no better partner than President Donald Trump. I'm not calling him president-elect. He is the rightful person, and for the country, he's the rightful person for the world. So I think from a perspective of the labor trade, conversation will continue, but he's not going to be the punitive kind of person. You already know what he's looking for, whether it's a tariff, whether it's software engineering, whether it's building coalitions between different entities. I think it's going to be fantastic outlook for the world.
Okay, you see, the first mention of any policy statement in Donald Trump's speech was on the border and the issue of illegals. And let's play that soundbite and then we discuss on the other side. Let's play that.
We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far, and right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
All right, those were the first couple of minutes of the victory speech of Donald Trump, and in the first few sentences, he brought in the issue of border, and that really underscores how significant an issue the illegal migration has been in this campaign. And Anang Mittal joins us live from New York, from Washington, D.C. In fact, Anang, you think the Democrats really misread the situation, because as much as rest of the United States, even the legal migrants really grudge these illegals coming in because they think that they're getting a free pass. So it was an issue, and not necessarily to the advantage of the Democrat establishment in so easily allowing all these illegals to stay and, naturalize themselves by proxy, and hence Donald Trump mentioning it in the first few sentences of his victory speech itself.
Yeah, I think the Democrats have been mistaken on this issue for almost 20 years, and that's why there's been no movement on illegal immigration and on legal immigration, which is affecting people like your former panelists and friends and colleagues and cousins and relatives of mine who've been stuck in the green card and the H-1 wait list, which is now 100 years old. You're going to have to live for 100 years to maybe even get through the wait list. So it's because of Democrat intransigence that this issue hasn't moved, because Democrats have believed for almost 20 years, if not longer, that the more illegal immigrants that come into this country and become legalized or become part of the American fabric, become citizens that they're going to vote for the Democrat Party, that it's to their advantage, and they thought that was a natural vote bank that they could cultivate by not enforcing the border. And tonight's election has shown, the results have shown that the Latinos who are here, who came here illegally, who have been here for generations, don't like illegal immigration, and people who are of non-white population don't like illegal immigration. They don't want the border to be completely open and completely porous and letting in God knows who. There have been many people who are on the terror watch list who have been caught there. I've seen the border with my own eyes, and earlier this year, I was there with my boss, the Speaker of the House, and we were doing a press conference with a bunch of other congressmen, and somebody from behind across the river literally was crossing as they were giving a press conference. There was no fear. These people had no fear that a literal body of congressmen with guns and police were standing there, and they believed that they could completely flaunt the law and come across, and that's exactly what happened. They were taken away by the federal police, the border police there, because you could do nothing. The local police were not allowed to interfere in that matter. So I think this is a problem of the Democrats' own making, and like I said, the fact that Donald Trump has closed the minority vote, has closed the Latino vote, and even they were beating him up for some comments that a comedian made at one of his rallies about Puerto Ricans. Even the Puerto Ricans who live in America have voted for him en masse, and the new governor of Puerto Rico is a Republican. So clearly, the Latinos and the non-whites trust him and have given him their benefit of the doubt more than the Democrats believe that he should have been. So it's time for some serious introspection. It's time to examine your own priors in terms of what messaging that you've been sending out to people that they don't want to listen to you. They would rather prefer Donald Trump. He's a known entity. He's been known for almost 10 years now, and they prefer him over you. And so I think the Democrats have to do some serious soul searching, some serious introspection, and come up with a better alternative rather than only making an election and every part of their messaging that is anti-Trump.
Yeah, Anand, good that you mentioned about Puerto Rico, because the Democrat campaign, the Harris campaign, made a lot about that joke that was cracked at one of the Pennsylvania rallies of Trump by a stand-up comic on Puerto Ricans, and yet if the Puerto Ricans have voted for Trump, it's interesting. We are joined in by Suresh, can you take it?
Yes, Mr. Alok Bansal also, who joins us. But before that, quickly going to Umesh Agarwal to get
Diwali special. From the 25th of October to the 10th of November, celebrate Family Diwali, Kids Zenia Wali. With 100 plus role plays in festive activities like clay diya painting, paper lantern crafting, mandala art, live cultural performances and more. For offers, visit kidzania.in. This Diwali, the fun begins at Kidzania.
I'm not too sure if we are receiving your audio. I requested you unmute yourself, Umesh Agarwal.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I do believe that Donald Trump will mostly focus that the renegotiated petrodollar arrangement that had lapsed earlier this year will be continued. And certainly there will be repercussions for the BRICS world order as well. The BRICS had unveiled a new financial system where they were planning to build a new payment system. Donald Trump has stated on record that all the countries which are going to export will have to pay the import duty. He has proposed to raise taxes on China at 60%. And I do believe that the monetary system will likely to be integrated with the BRICS payment system very soon. And I do believe that China will be taken to task. And I do believe that that China will be the strengthening of the Quad will happen during this regime.
Oh yes, absolutely. And I quickly want to go back to Shravan, as I believe he's showing us more numbers, Abhishek. But before that, If you want to quickly make a point. All right, Shravan, as he has more numbers.
Well, the numbers are pretty much solid right now in terms of most of the states essentially being called in. So let's take you through the big picture emerging right now and also the multiple states that we're talking about. The big picture, where it stands right now as far as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is concerned, you've already had most of the Western legacy media calling in the election right now. The news agencies too now calling in. But the big takeaway, if I may say so, number one is with regards to, if you really compare it with the last election itself, there is a massive swing, at least in the most of the 7 big states. And that is the reason why, if you're calling this election as a historic election, it's because of the fact that unlike in the previous elections where you've had 1 or 2 swing states still with the defeated side, this time it seems that all the 7 states have gone to Donald Trump. Perhaps most of what he has been talking about finds resonance. In fact, if you see most largely talking about the fact that economy was in complete doldrums under the Biden administration, at least if you go by what the Republicans had to say. And this is exactly what he started with. In fact, in the speech that he made, the victory speech, he says he is going to rebuild America, that he's going to fight for every American every single day, referring to the fact that if there is a crisis in the economy, it's going to be addressed by him. And he says, I'm going to fix it. Apart from that, he has largely spoken about the fact that illegal immigration has become the biggest headache, Suesha. That is the reason why that was the first big statement. So if you really look at the chronology of the issues that was picked up by Donald Trump in his victory speech, he basically starts with the big takeaway, of course, with regards to illegal immigration.
Oh yes, absolutely. And the very basis of his campaign, Make America Great Again, where he once again echoed through his speech saying that Americans have taken control of the nation. So pretty much for the Americans, as he set an optimistic tone for his tenure also. The declaration of the bold vision that he's carved for the country, like you're saying, Shravan, reforms and border security that have very prominently figured in his victory speech. As we also continue to stay with our guests who are with us on the broadcast. Mr. Alok Bansal also, I believe, and of course I'll have to confirm if he's with us, but he is. All right, Mr. Bansal, primarily indicating a strong shift towards stringent policies and enhancing national security, Donald Trump has very clearly envisioned how he envisages this tenure.
See, there is no doubt that Donald Trump has won emphatically, and that shows to some extent, besides anything, that there is also an element of misogyny as far as US society is concerned. Having said that, Donald Trump has always emphasized that he'll focus on economy, and at this point of time, I think the perception in US was that the economy is not doing well, so he's going to be focusing on that. As far as security is concerned, he's talked of no war. So he's going to end the Russia-Ukraine war. I think he will start reducing support for Ukraine and bring it to almost zero. And that would pressurize Ukraine to come to terms with Putin and his demands, and there could be some rapprochement as far as this conflict is concerned. On the other hand, on security issues in Middle East, he's going to emphatically support Israel and be vociferously against Iran. That would stymie any possibility that one had of another deal with Iran, because the president of Iran at this point of time is a liberal and he wanted some sort of a rapprochement, and that's why they have been curtailing their response as far as Israeli offensive has been concerned. So as far as Middle East is concerned, you could see an aggravation of conflict. As far as India is concerned, H-1B visas would come under pressure. You could see that American companies which have set up production facilities or which are planning to set up production facilities in India may be forced to set them up back home. So this sort of issues could come up. But overall, I think his focus would be on economy. So the global economy should take a upturn as far as Trump presidency is concerned.
Well, in fact, Mr. Bansal, if I can just take a quick word from you with regards to the other big message that he sent across in terms of imposing the tariffs, because that has been something that many have misread, that if at all those tariffs are essentially brought in, do the businesses really get hit? And largely, are we really talking about only the American businesses really flourishing? Is that the message that he's sending across?
See, he has always been talking of protectionism, in fact, virtual protectionism. He feels that this open market economy actually helps other countries which produce goods at lower costs and makes US economy suffer. So he is going to impose tariffs, and that is going to affect India the most because we have a positive trade balance with America. So we need to be very careful as far as these issues are concerned because there is a sense of euphoria that Trump has won. But there are, and in the short term, maybe it may probably help us a lot. But in the long term, there are a lot of pitfalls which we'll have to negotiate. And with Trump, it's going to be a transactional relationship. So if you want something, you'll have to give him something. So that's what is going to be the case as far as India-US relations are concerned going forward.
Well, in fact, Mr. Bansal, I'll just request you to stay on with us while we also take viewers through these congratulatory messages that are essentially coming in. A short while back, you've had the NATO General Secretary also putting out that message. So, in fact, let's take you through the big numbers that are emerging right now. How does it really stand right now? 277 for Donald Trump and 226 for Kamala Harris. So, largely, if you look at most of these states, the swing states are also moving towards Donald Trump. So, that's the reason why many would say that this is a historic win, because even Joe Biden last time could not really see the kind of results that we are really looking at right now. So which are the states which have essentially moved? Let's take you through the ones which are on the East Coast. North Carolina, where you have about 16 electoral votes, that's the second highest. The highest, of course, coming in from Pennsylvania. Georgia, too, remember, has moved towards Donald Trump. That's, again, 16 electoral votes. So if you look at least two such states have been taken care of. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. That's the highest if you really compare it to the other battleground states. So at least three of them. Wisconsin, about 10 electoral votes. And then, of course, you have Michigan, Michigan and Arizona. So let's put that out as far as Michigan is concerned. And Arizona, because there too, remember, it's gone towards Donald Trump. We'll put that out in a short while from now. So if you really look at all these 7 swing states, all of them essentially moving towards Donald Trump. And if you compare it to the previous election of 2020, there too, remember, you've had Joe Biden at least getting about 6 of them. Here, it's moving towards 7 straight win from the battleground states. So that's the reason why Donald Trump's victory is largely being seen as the big historic victory. Abhishek and Suresh.
Well, absolutely. And, the congratulations are pouring in from around the world. And we are seeing sort of meltdown also happening in a section of the American society, particularly American press. And these reactions in many ways are along expected lines. But what's caught my attention is the manner in which identity politics has really failed for the Democrats. For example, we had that very famous video of Barack Obama calling those black youth that they should vote as black because Kamala Harris grew up as black. And I'm getting through those, going through those results, and there are many of the counties which are.
Are there any surprise victory also, at least if you really look at changing vote bank also? Because for a very long time, if you look at this strategy also, Abhishek, you've had perhaps Kamala Harris largely emphasizing that she's a black woman, not really emphasizing on the South Asian descent. So Betty saw that as a part of a strategy to ensure that the black votes really particularly coming in from swing states like Georgia would move towards her. So what are the numbers really telling you right now, Abhishek?
In terms of black votes? Right. So I'm yet to get any specifics in terms of numbers, Shawan. But I can tell you, for example, if you go through some of the constituencies, some of the counties, not constituencies as they are called there. So, for example, I am looking at Anson County in North Carolina, which is a frontline state or a battleground state or a swing state, and Anson County is 40% black. And Trump has become just the second Republican to win this country since 1870s, from the time of Abraham Lincoln. And that's some major gains for Donald Trump. And Shravan, so I was just breaking down the identity politics part of the US election this time around, and I was mentioning how Barack Obama, who's sort of an epitome of liberal politics, not just in the US but perhaps around the world, he was seen appealing to the black youth to vote as blacks because Kamala Harris grew up black. And we are getting these kind of results where even blacks have voted for Trump. And maybe we can take it to some of our friends there in the US on the panel. Bhavna, if you want to take this question, whether Trump has really broken those identities and it's Americans cutting across those identity divides, voting for Donald Trump.
Absolutely, I completely agree with this because, this elections has been kind of, exemplifying the entire identity politics that has been going on in during the entirety of the US elections, because, we see the growing importance of specific communities like Hispanic voters, or, we see Arab Americans playing a very important role this time. They were much more demanding about what's going to turn out for the Middle Eastern politics, and we see a very, very strong hold of Indian Americans. So, I think identity politics in this election has been very, very, eminent. I mean, you could see that, and I think the results are very much clearer about that. And I think Trump has actually turned it in his favor by appealing to specific communities and like taking up things that actually resonated with them. I particularly come back to Indian Americans because he's actually kind of resonated so much with Indo-Americans. Like, he hasn't just talked about inflation and trade, but he's also talked about gun safety. He's also talked about deregulation and tax cuts, which is again very, very important for small business owners. But I think it's also pretty much important that how, along with resonating with particular communities, Trump has tried to maintain, a big chunk of his identity has been built on putting out a very strong front as a generic front. I heard this in a speech wherein he said that, God has particularly chosen me for a purpose. A lot of people say that, and, it's to save our country. So, this entire notion of, America first and saving the country and building the nation, I think it has cut across communities. It has cut across, specific groups. It goes back. And I think he has achieved something remarkable. He has turned established opposition into populist support. We see a very general populist support for Trump this time. I think every attack that, was meted out towards him, that has actually strengthened his base's resolve. Even those celebrity endorsement for Harris, I think, they appear to backfire. Trump actually successfully, used identity in this by calling them as elite disconnection from ordinary Americans. I think this was very, very interesting. And I think when we look at identity politics, I think we should also look at how successfully he managed to control narratives and also, turn every pessimistic opportunity into a very good opportunity, which helped him. When he actually transformed his greatest weakness that everybody called into his rallying points, wherein when he was faced with 88 felony charges, rather than retreating, rather than saying something that might have gone against him, he just said that, I still remember that line when he said that I am being indicted for you. So, there was a masterful reframing that turned this legal vulnerability of Trump into political strength. And this is just one example. I think the numbers speak for themselves, wherein he's, this constant, again and again coming back to this point that, are you better off now than the 4 years ago? There's this whole notion of comparing the two terms and, trying to place identity into focus that, do you think you're going to be better off? I think that this positive reframing of the entire narrative has been really, really successful. And again, I think foreign politics remains very, very important because, America, which is a very diverse community, we see a lot of communities which are very, very active and very, very important. So this again and again going back to the Middle Eastern politics, I think that has been really, really successful in terms of shaping Arab Americans' votes. Indo-American votes have been shaped by that, by Trump's transactional approach to foreign policy, by pointing towards a very aggressive stance towards China. I think that has played well because, if we read between the lines, so he goes with this policy of going against, like the aggressive stance of China, which we call as China +1 strategy. I think if we read between the lines, this positions India as a primary beneficiary of global supply chain reorganization. Because, if he goes back from China, there's a high probability of moving towards India. I think this opens a lot of doors for India. And I think in this particular politics, the region which has turned out to be the most important was the Indo-Pacific region. We see a lot of discussion around Quad, just because, again, sidelining China and trying to set up the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific region. So, we see enhancement of Quad. And I think this remains very, very important. And as along with that, I think India has a lot to gain in this. There is going to be strong technological partnerships. There are going to be strong economic partnerships. And I think it's going to play well in favor of Indo-Americans, but along with them also for India, I think, this we again go back to this very, beautiful relationship between Prime Minister Modi and, Trump. I think we see those events of Howdy Modi events and, Trump's strong stance in China. I think they've actually resonated deeply with the Indian Americans. And I think this goes same for other communities as well. So I think Trump has successfully managed to build a narrative that, swept across these communities. I mean, he played a very important role here by, appealing to specific communities, but also gaining a very generic stance towards that. So I think that actually worked really, really well.
Absolutely. And you very aptly summed it up. I request all our guests to stay on as we'll continue to introspect into those key statements made by Donald Trump in that victory speech. For the moment, we have to slip into a very short commercial break, but we'll be back on the other side as we talk more on all of this. Stay with us.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight. And we're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in. But we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody...
Viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakta Mishra. My colleague Suesha is also joining us here at the studios, and it's of course a big day for America and for Donald Trump. The Republicans, they're back at White House re-election, and Donald Trump has scripted a historic victory this time. The suspense has finally ended. We'll get you a lowdown of all that has happened in this entire campaign, the factors that were behind this, and what to expect in Trump Sarkar 2.0. Suesha.
Oh yes, and most importantly, introspecting that victory speech by Donald Trump, as clearly this night Trump supporters are sleeping very well as they have emerged victorious. We also understand how Kamala Harris cancelled her speech last minute, clearly conceding defeat. How exactly is the next term going to look like? We discuss all of that. First, a quick check of the headlines.
Will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump makes historic speech in Florida, lays emphasis on slogan, "Make America Great Again."
We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally.
Making his position clearer, Trump breaks up the immigration issue and says, "We will heal the country and fix our borders."
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Donald Trump during the speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After making a stronger comeback, Trump says God spared me for a reason, promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States of America.
Congratulatory reactions pouring for Donald Trump from across the globe, from Prime Minister Modi to Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to Volodymyr Zelensky. World leaders congratulate Donald Trump on X.
The people of the United States of America have announced their verdict. Donald Trump has swept the 2024 U.S. presidential elections, making a historic comeback after 4 long years.
Oh yes, absolutely. As he laid emphasis on the very basis of his campaign, Make America Great Again, he also went on to say that God saved me for a reason, and he has promised to reverse all the wrongdoings and fix all that is wrong in the country. Donald Trump, in that victory speech in Florida, which ended on an optimistic note, Donald Trump, who outlaid his vision of what he sees in Trump 2.0.
Absolutely. In fact, we're joined by a esteemed panel of guests on the broadcast here. Well, we've been joined by Jyotsna Sharma, live with us from a senior journalist live from New Jersey, and Kunal Desai, software release manager, is an Indian American living in Texas. He's live from Texas. Jagdish Sevani, president of the American India Public Affairs Committee, live from New York, and Bhavna Dahiya, foreign affairs expert, founder, International Council on Human Rights, Peace and Politics. She's live from Delhi also. Joined by Pathikrit Pain. He's a geopolitical expert. He's live from New Delhi. Now, of course, this is a historic moment in the United States, and Bhavna Dahiya, I'll just go across to you first. Trump began with this very emotional note that God saved me.
10 grams protein as in 2 cups of dal.
Max protein snacking matlab no cheating.
Was much talked about and could have played an important role. How do you see this now panning out when he says that we will, fix things in the United States? What are the holes that he's talking about that needs to be plugged in?
It's really interesting that, when we actually hear his victory speech, when we read it between the lines, there's just so much we can make out about, the coming years for American politics and what the stances of Trump are going to be. I think it talks more about American politics, which is, of course, not going to be quite the same. I think his victory represents not just, his political victory, but I think it's a fundamental challenge to how we understand, American electorate, American politics now, especially, given these fundamental changes that we've seen in this electoral cycle about voter behavior, how different communities are evolving, right, and the nature of political power in modern America. I think his promise of golden age of America, that's not just a campaign rhetoric. I think it can be seen as a reflection of the extraordinary mandate that he has received. His victory speech had like a lot of themes which related to healing and strength. When he talks about that God spared him for a reason to save his country, that takes us back to these themes of healing and strength. Wherein there was also another statement that he made that every citizens, I will fight for you, for your family, for your future. I think this is a triumph of what we can call as insurgent populism over traditional political orthodoxy. I think his victory represents just one of the most remarkable political resurrections in modern American history. Again, I think one more important event in this was Harris's cancellation of Howard University's speech, because that was not just a change of venue, but it's a recognition of political reality. And I think it's a reminder that sometimes it's more important to decide what not to do. And I think this was seen very clearly in the victory speeches of Trump as well. Let the magnitude of this moment sink in. Multiple indictments, establishment opposition and mainstream media criticism. I mean, what not, right? And yet looking at the numbers, looking at this amazing victory, like this razor-thin margin victory, we see the messages of how too big to rig and we're taking back our country. These are some very strong messages, right? And these are the messages that have exactly resonated with the electorate, who are actually frustrated with what, they perceived as elite disconnection from their daily struggles. I think this was his ability to transform every attack into evidence of persecution. I think that has created an almost impenetrable political armor. And what's also particularly fascinating is how Trump has rewritten the rules of political engagement. I mean, every conventional political weapon that was used against him, from legal challenges to, media narratives about him, they were transformed into proof of his central narrative. The central narrative being that he's fighting against a corrupt establishment on behalf of ordinary Americans. I mean, look at how this amazing narrative comes out very indirectly in his speech and also throughout his campaigns. His message that, they're not after me. They're after you, to the Americans, right? I'm just in the way. I think that created a very powerful bond with the voters that, transcended just political loyalty. So I think, when we look at his speech, it's not just about the mandates and the stance that Trump is going to take in the near future. I think that also talks about what force and, what direction is American politics going to now move ahead in. So I think it's not just rhetoric, it's not just narratives, but it's also about how the politics is going to be shaped, which is, of course, not going to be the same.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I'd also like to bring in Anand Mittal, because I understand it's really late night for you from Washington. So quickly to understand from you, fully noting that from the blacks to the Hispanics to even the Latinos who've gone to vote for Trump, but even in his victory speech, he draws that line very clearly, where he says that looks like we'll be keeping control, unquote. We are going to fix our borders. We are going to fix everything about our country. So he has stayed true to how he had projected his vision for America. And despite the varied vote bank that has come out in support, Donald Trump sticks by it.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that. I think his message has always been that in terms of making America great again, it's economic power, military power, that America projects a symbol of strength. It's a shining beacon on the hill, as Ronald Reagan used to say. So he harkens back to the older Republican leaders who were much more successful and sort of were seen as being people who revived America from a negative period, from negative decades. And I think, quite honestly, the identity politics thing on the Democrat side is really played out, and that's what this election is showing. Donald Trump has made double-digit gains with the Latinos, with African Americans, with Asian Americans, and he's also made major gains with the Gen Z vote, 18 to 29-year-olds. So it's very obvious that the old method of using identity politics is not going to work, and that wasn't the case with the Democratic Party either. They used to be the party of class. They used to fight for the lower class. They used to fight for the labor class. They used to fight for the unions, and all of those lower class people, Americans, have gone over to Donald Trump. And so it's quite obvious that the political paradigms have shifted. He's now responsible for three major electoral shifts in the United States. When he won in 2016, nobody had won before with as little experience as he had in governing. And now that he's won again in 2024, he's shown that American people are willing to place trust in somebody who went through a very contentious election period in 2020, has gone through federal indictments, has gone through all kinds of legal troubles, and it's only strengthened his position. And I think it's to his credit. There's never been somebody like him on the American stage. There's probably never going to be anybody like him in American history for a very long time. And that's why people are making the comparisons back to Nixon, back to even FDR, or even the 1800s. Leaders in the 1800s. Grover Cleveland in 1868 was the last president to win 2 non-consecutive terms. So he's really showing that he does have the mandate of the American people. The Senate is also in the Republican hands, and the House is also in Republican hands. So he now has the opportunity to do what he should have maybe had wanted to do in 2016 and wasn't able to. And so he's gonna absolutely execute on those issues. Like I said, domestic policy, tax cuts, making sure the border is secure, making sure that manufacturing is up, and even on foreign policy. Some people were worried, or one of the commentators were saying that maybe the tariffs were going to hurt India. But again, for Trump, he's a showman. He's a man he's a businessman, and so he likes to make deals. So even the talk about tariffs that may end up hurting India in terms of the trade deficit, I think he's going to use the tariffs really as a way to make a deal, to negotiate for a better deal. And so even when he talks about doing tariffs with China, he's really looking for a better deal. I don't think he actually wants to punitively hurt China unless there's an actual sort of defense reason for it. For example, technology transfer or things like that. I think he's going to be much more friendlier to India in terms of technology transfer, in terms of making these defense and manufacturing deals.
Right, Mr. Mittal, thanks so much for joining us here at Republic TV. And of course, it's been a very exciting night for all the Americans. And of course, all eyes have been on the result that is out now. We will take a quick look, in fact, take a listen in to what Donald Trump had said on the swing state. Remember how they hold a key when it comes to deciding who will take over the White House. So Donald Trump, viewers, what did he have to say on the 7 states?
Thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to...
Oh yes, and quickly to take you through more breaking news that is coming within India. Yes, Sensex has zoomed 1,000 points after Donald Trump swept victory. Nifty has surged by 1.5% after Trump's landslide win. In fact, we're learning on the IT stocks that have rallied. TCS, Infosys that have taken a massive lead. Bitcoin prices that are at an all-time high, and the markets reporting extremely well after Trump's victory. It is good news for those invested in the markets, as Sensex has zoomed 1,000 points after Donald Trump swept the American elections. Let me take this to Dr. Joseph Chalil joining us from West Palm Beach. He continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Certainly, India is elated. There was a lot of talk all this while to who would be a better leader for India between Trump and Harris, and the markets reacting very positively.
This victory of Donald Trump, the landslide victory of Donald Trump, was not an accident. This has been in the works, as I know, for the past year and a half. I have to give credit to an Indian American for strategizing for President Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy. He was the first guy actually set this in motion by asking the then Republican chief to resign, and also tried to bring in Elon Musk and Joe Rogan to the Republican Party. Those people were not part of the Republican Party or the Trump coalition. And also trying to create this strategy of reaching out. And it wasn't a surprise because, as I said, I knew maybe weeks before that we had a million volunteers ready at 8 police stations, and this strategy was ready. Again, over persecution of Donald Trump did not help, and the assassination attempts on him did not help either. I was at Palm Beach Convention Center where the victory rally was going on today in the evening hours. And I had, a lot of Republican supporters were coming in and saying they truly believed Donald Trump's life was saved by God. And if somebody's life was saved by God, and who are they to not vote for him? So he became more than just a person at this point. So again, for Indian Americans, I think this is going to be a great day. Unfortunately, I think most of the Indian Americans in USA voted for Trump, not because of maybe they might be fans of Trump, because they hated or they had dislike for Kamala Harris more. Because I wish she had, maybe embraced her Indianness a little bit more while she was vice president. She never took a chance to visit India while she was vice president. She could have come to her home city and embraced it, but she claimed and she was embracing her blackness or African Americanness. And now the African American media was saying that she was lying about it, because there's some books about it, saying that she showed a picture of her grandmother, and now proofs coming saying that these can never be her grandmother because her real grandmother died before she was born. And so she was trying to show black relatives as if she is more black than what she really is. And she abandoned her Indianness, which I think she's paying a price for. But Trump was open. People like Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, these are the people who created the last minute surge. And I think it's going to be a good day for the world, a good day for Americans, and the enthusiasm here is really palpable. And I could see when the convention or the watch party today evening was moved from Mar-a-Lago to a major here in Palm Beach. So.
Right, of course, now we will get you more insights as to what all have been the promises, remember, that were made by Donald Trump. Remember, he has swept these elections. It's been historic for America. And in fact, Trump says that he will make America great again. He has made several promises, remember, on immigration, on trade, on taxation, so on and so forth. There are many promises that have been made by Donald Trump in his entire campaign. Also, of course, involves how he aims to end the Russia-Ukraine war. Of course, remains to be seen what is the blueprint for all of that. Donald Trump being Donald Trump, he makes quite fiery statements and big claims, but remains to be seen what really happens. And I have Shravan Sen joining us here in the studios, who will help us understand what is next as far as the Trump 2.0 term is concerned. Shravan, over to you.
Well, typical to Donald Trump, his entire campaigning was about bold messaging. In fact, let's just break this down. What is it that he has said in his campaign and in the victory speech too? What's the clear indication that's really coming in? Let's first look at the taxation aspect, because if you really look at the campaigning, in the campaigning you've had the Democrats largely being accused of increasing the taxation. Now, what is it that Donald Trump is talking about? He's talking about reducing the corporate tax from 28% to 21%. So that's again one of the reasons why you're looking at big corporates essentially giving a thumbs up to this entire plan that he has, and perhaps that is the reason why you've had the markets seeing a massive surge. With regards to tariff, remember this is an aspect where there has been a huge debate as to whether at all, if he imposes the kind of tariff that you're really looking at, where he says that he's going to impose over 10% tariff on US imports. Now, where does this really stem from? It basically stems from countries essentially buying products at a much lower rate from the United States of America, and that is the reason why he says that it is time to protect. The protectionist aspect really comes in. Now, this is where India plays an important role. Anti-China measure likely to implement policies that is going to reduce reliance on China. Now, this is an extension of what we saw President Trump in his previous tenure, which again is going to be something that perhaps lead to another war of words with China. And let's take you through the other. In terms of immigration, remember this entire election, ladies and gentlemen, was revolving around what Donald Trump essentially believes is the right way forward dealing with immigration. Once again, this is exactly the first big takeaway from his victory speech, where he says he's going to seal the borders and he is going to stop illegal immigration. He's pledged to execute what is going to be turning out to be the largest deportation in the history of the United States of America. And that's the big debate that is now emerging, because you've not heard anything really coming in from the Democrats as far as illegal immigration is concerned. Let's now talk about the war, because this is another aspect where you've had President Trump largely talking about the fact that he is not going to start any war. In fact, he's referred to this in the victory speech, where he says that during his last tenure, there were no war. As far as this tenure goes, he says, could block or limit US financial support for Ukraine. If you really look at the US Congress, once again, pumping in a lot of money in Ukraine. And that is the reason why perhaps you have President Zelensky a little nervous today as to how exactly is he going to really take it forward. So that's the Russia-Ukraine war. Climate change, remember, this is a part where the liberals have had a massive meltdown, because he's not really gone in for the big words as far as the changes with regards to policies bringing in some sort of unanimity with regards to EV. Here he aims to eliminate all subsidies as far as renewable energy and EVs are concerned. Now that's a hugely contested, hugely debated issue as far as climate change is concerned, and how he sees how Donald Trump basically views the third world countries to also perhaps step up rather than being on the clutches of the developed nations as far as climate change is concerned. US Federal Reserve aims to exert control over the Federal Reserve. Now that is again another protectionist reform that he's likely to bring in his next term. Ladies and gentlemen, the 47th President of the United States of America, shattering the 136-year-old history of the United States of America with Donald Trump coming back to power.
Character, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond.
And even as congratulatory messages continue to pour in from across the globe, world leaders wishing Donald Trump all the very best for his second term. And the latest, this is coming from German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. The tweet that reads, and I quote, "I congratulate real Donald Trump on his election as the US president. Germany and the USA have been working together successfully for a long time to promote prosperity and freedom on both sides of the Atlantic. We will continue to do so for the benefit of our citizens." This being the latest reaction from German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. We'll continue to get you the latest as we slip into a short commercial break, but big victory for Donald Trump, whose scripted history, and even in his victory speech as he carves out the roadmap for how he sees his second term. We continue to get you excerpts of that on the other side of the short break. To stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
For staying tuned, Rakshita and I get you more and more congratulatory messages that are pouring in after Donald Trump has created history to become the 47th President of the United States of America. It has been a high voltage election campaign that we've witnessed, and after all that back and forth of whether it would be Harris or Trump, yes, Trump has emerged on the victorious side.
Once again, it's Trump's government is going to be Trump administration at the White House, and what to expect from this term and what impacts it could have on New Delhi and of course on the geopolitics. If you talk about several other regions, we'll get you all that and more reactions coming in. But first, the headlines.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump makes historic speech in Florida, lays emphasis on slogan, "Make America Great Again."
Sensex zooms 1,000 points after Trump's landslide victory.
We just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Trump during the speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback.
People have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After making the big comeback, Trump says, "God spared me for a reason." He promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States.
Congratulatory reactions that pour in for Donald Trump, from Prime Minister Modi to Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to Volodymyr Zelensky. World leaders congratulate Trump on X. It hasn't been an easy road, but Donald Trump, who's finally emerged victorious to become the 47th president of the United States of America, and in that victory speech that he delivered in Florida, where he made it emotional and he said God saved him for a reason. He has promised to fix all that needs to be in America, and he's also promised people a brighter future.
Absolutely, it's a speech full of emotions, full of course, victory, the sense of victory, congratulating his supporters, and of course thanking the voters, also making those very, very important promises, and of course thanking the states who have voted for him. The swing states have been in focus. Shavan joins us here on the studios to get you a lowdown on how America voted.
Well, in fact, Suesha as well as Rakshita, it looks like the exit polls in the United States of America has also completely failed, because if you see in the run-up to the elections, you've had almost all the legacy media largely predicting that this is going to be a neck-to-neck race. Election is unlikely to be called in for the next few days, and that's happened in the past. But it seems, if you really look at the numbers behind me, the projection really coming in, it's not neck-to-neck. Donald Trump is now President of United States of America, the 47th President of the United States of America, and it is being said a historic win. Now, over the next couple of minutes, I'm going to tell you why exactly it's been seen as the historic win. The numbers that it stacks up right now, of the 538, the halfway mark has been crossed. That's 277 to Donald Trump's Republican Party, and you have the Democrats stuck at 226. Now, why is this victory so very sweet for Donald Trump, and what has really changed? That's because, remember, some of the key states that we're really talking about, the battleground states, the swing states, or whatever else that you really call it, now that has really worked in favor of the Republicans. And that is the reason why that entire victory margin seems to be now changing. We've got a better picture right now, particularly in the states that we're talking about. Let's take a look at the East Coast first. Now, these are the battleground states. Now, why are they the battleground states? Remember, it has flipped every election. It has been with the Republicans for a considerable period of time, flipped towards the Democrats in the last election, and once again, the Republicans are now comfortably poised with these states going completely towards Donald Trump. Starting with the big state here, you have Pennsylvania with the largest number of electoral votes, that's 19, followed by Georgia and North Carolina. Remember, North Carolina this morning, as far as the India time is concerned, North Carolina had clearly given a mandate to the Republicans. So one of the first to really call in, followed by Georgia. Remember, this was considered to be the tough game here. But again, once again, changing, particularly with some of those promises that have been made by Donald Trump. Followed by, you've had Arizona as well as Michigan, once again going towards the Republicans. Nevada was the last to be called in, and as far as Wisconsin is concerned, there too, remember, these are the two places which came in much later. But having secured at least these three, you are home. And that's exactly what has happened in this election, ladies and gentlemen, with about 7 swing states going for the Republicans. Now, let's tell you about what does it really look like in terms of the electoral votes. North Carolina, about 16. Now, that's gone towards Donald Trump. Let's take you through the others. Georgia, again, 16 electoral votes. Now, I'll tell you, Pennsylvania, let's just stick to this, because this, ladies and gentlemen, even in the last elections, there was a neck-to-neck fight that we saw. This election, it has gone completely towards Donald Trump. And let's also tell you that of the 19 electoral votes that you're really looking at, some places like Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, were places that appeared to be a little difficult, but now clearly going towards Donald Trump, and the very fact that this was the very place where the assassination attempt actually took place. Wisconsin also 10 electoral votes. So clearly, if you put together you are actually home with these big states in your kitty. Apart from that, of course, the Republicans have majorly held on to their stronghold, like for instance Texas being. So this is the entire area that you're really looking at is now completely red. Now this is the picture that is basically emerging. So it's comfortably poised, it's comfortably placed for Donald Trump, unlike what we saw previously, where there was a change by the time US actually woke up to the next very morning. So ladies, it's the game is very clear. 47th President of the United States of America is Donald Trump.
Oh yes, absolutely. As we'd also like to introduce our guest joining us this hour, Pathikrit Payne, who's a geopolitical expert. He's joining us from Delhi. Veena Sikri, she's a former diplomat, joining us from San Francisco. Aarti Chopra, political observer, again from San Francisco. Sampath Shivangi, Republican National Party delegate, joining us from New York. And Jia Manjari, foreign affairs expert, joining us from the United States. Veena Sikri, if I could come to you first, because we have been discussing over and over again on who would be a better bet for India. Now, right after his victory, we of course saw how Prime Minister Modi congratulated Donald Trump in that tweet, calling him his good friend. Was exactly the emotion that was put out by Donald Trump a few days ago in that tweet, where he called Narendra Modi a good friend. And just so many pictures showcasing the bonhomie and the camaraderie between the two leaders is why everyone is of the opinion that despite the ups and downs, the Indo-US relations will be on an upswing. Your opinion? Ms. Sikri, I request you to please unmute yourself, ma'am. We are unable to hear you.
Sorry, yeah, okay. So first of all, I'd like to respect the decision of the people of the United States, and we are indeed very glad that they have voted for President Donald Trump. Although it's true that anybody who had been voted to power, India would have been very happy to cooperate and collaborate. But the tone of our Prime Minister's message to President Donald Trump, I think, says it all. It says very clearly that we do consider President Donald Trump as a friend of India. We do consider that he has an excellent rapport with Prime Minister Modi, and we do indeed look forward to the next 4 years with President Donald Trump at the helm of affairs in the USA as an occasion, as a time when India and USA can further grow the bilateral relationship to further heights. And I would say that President Trump's support for India, support for the Indian diaspora, support for example, the Hindus in Bangladesh who have been subjected to the greatest atrocities beginning August of this year, this has been expressed clearly and unequivocally by President Trump at different points during his election campaign. So this in itself spoke very loud and clear about President Trump's own inclination, his own willingness, and his giving it a very high priority, the development of the relationship with India, the development of relationship through the Indian diaspora and directly, and his following of the atrocities that are being perpetrated against the Hindus in Bangladesh. He also spoke about the Hinduphobia among the left liberals in American academia. So these are very special points that India has been concerned about in many recent years. And to have President Donald Trump, even when he was doing the campaigning, to speak about this point really does say a lot about his concern and interest in the issues that are of importance to India. And it does augur well for the bilateral relationship. I think that in the last 4 years of the Democratic presidency, the relationship has progressed. There have been initiatives like the ICET, the Initiative for Critical Emerging Technologies, and many others. But there have also been a lot of issues that raised question marks, issues whether it was what happened in Bangladesh, whether it was, what was happening in the support that the American government was giving to the Canadian government in the allegations that they were making against India. And, there were a lot of issues on which questions were arising, and we were wondering which are the deep areas of the American democratic government that were, engineering all these kind of activities, while at the same time, on the face of it, and in keeping with President Biden's own statement, there was a good and prospering relationship. Now, we hope that all these kind of issues would now no longer be at play, and we would be able to work together with President Trump on carrying forward the shared agenda on the basis of mutual trust and mutual benefit. And there is a lot of area in which we have. There is security areas. We also know President Trump's views on China. We also know President Trump's strong views on trade and immigration. So certainly, while on trade there may be some different points of view that emerge, surely we can always work together to have a outcome which will be of mutual interest and mutual benefit. So I think that all in all, we have great hope and expectations from this relationship based on the earlier 4 years when President Trump was there between 2016 and 2020, and seeing the strong strides that were made at that time, the way in which the rapport developed, the way in which the two administrations worked together. I think it's a very good augury. And the year 2025 is going to be indeed auspicious. Not only is President Trump going to be sworn in, but it is also the year when India will host the summit for the Quad countries. We were to host it this year, but this year America hosted it, and now India is going to host it next year. And so we are really looking forward to this occasion when President Trump will visit India, and there will be the Quad summit in India. There will be very important statements at this time on maritime security, on trade, on all the issues that are of concern to the Quad countries, and it will give India a great opportunity to showcase the interests we have in Quad and to showcase India's other economic strides and economic development that we have been doing. On security issues, as I said, on defense matters, we do see a great progress ahead of us. And we do see that, for example, the GE engines that have been promised for the fighter aircraft in India, these haven't arrived, although the decision was there. But we hope that now there will be no further delays and that these GE engines will arrive on time. So there are a lot of issues like that which were held up. We do not know for what reasons under the Biden administration, but we look forward to these being solved. And I think again that the Indian diaspora and their role will also be greatly strengthened in the context of the Indo-US relationship, because they have played a positive role. There has been a great shift in the voting of the Indian diaspora from the Democrats to the Republicans, and this is reflected in the voting patterns in the swing states that were just enumerated. So I think here too we're going to see that President Trump will surely have a role for many members of the Indian diaspora in his administration, and we look forward to all of that.
Ambassador Sikri, we've seen that, India has, of course, maintained the bipartisan tie, but, there is expectation of more continuity on part of Washington, D.C. And Trump is known to be a very unpredictable character. He's a very unpredictable leader. In the same breath, he can praise Narendra Modi and at the same time call India, a very big abuser in terms of trade. In his first term, he has called India a tariff king, and what followed were retaliatory tariffs also from New Delhi. And, you mentioned about trade, you mentioned about defense, all these become very important under this purview. How do you see this going forward, given the fact that there has been a rearrangement of, geopolitical ties in the post-Ukraine-Russia war, and also what's happening in West Asia? Do you see that Trump will have a different approach this time, or for the good or for the worse?
No, I think, Trump as a personality, as an individual, we've had the occasion of the last 4 years. Prime Minister Modi himself has had the occasion to work with President Trump and build a rapport. Yes, you're right, there are issues which he has strongly emphasized in his campaigning, and trade is one of them, and he has called, he has criticized India's tariffs. But I'm sure, as we have done in earlier administrations, Republican administrations like George Bush and others, we have been able to work out a deal. I mean, I remember when we were allowed the motorbikes to come in to be imported into India, and in exchange of that, there were the Alfonso mangoes. We went to USA. All kinds of interests are at work at all times. There are different interests at different times, and I'm sure we will be able to work things out. There's nothing that is insurmountable, because Trump understands the situation, and our leadership, Prime Minister Modi, also understands President Trump, and we look forward to his administration. Once he nominates his individuals in key positions, we will be able to immediately start a dialogue with them. Certainly, nothing is going to be a cakewalk. Nothing is going to be easy because Trump is going to protect American interests first. And we too are very interested, but there are a greater number of areas of convergence of interest. I mean, you spoke about the two conflicts going on in Ukraine and in the Middle East. I mean, certainly on Ukraine, it is President Trump himself who has assured that he will bring this conflict to an end. And India too has been taking a great deal of interest in this regard, and our Prime Minister has visited Russia and has direct talks with President Putin on more than one occasion. So I think that this already gives you an indication of areas of important convergence, critical areas where there is a convergence of interest and where we will be able to work forward. So I think that we will be able to have a strong dialogue, and always in any dialogue there has to be give and take. We have to work out the areas of interest to President Trump and to the Americans and see what our own areas of interest are. But I think it will be a very refreshing change from many of the areas on which we were running into real difficulties with the Biden administration.
All right, ma'am, do stay on us. I'd also like to bring in Patikrit Payne joining us on the broadcast. It is one thing to make bold promises and the other to deliver on it. Now, with regards to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where Trump has been very vocal, saying that he will finish it off in a day, literally after he resumes office, takes charge. My point to you is that Ukrainians, of course, have been watching the US elections very closely, as they were hoping that this actually transpires. Even Russia is now sending feelers of new opportunities to reset relations between Moscow and Washington. How do you see this transpire, not just in terms of interpersonal relations between Russia and US, but most importantly, the Russia-Ukraine conflict?
Okay, Suesha, first of all, a small correction. My surname is Pine, not Payne. But on the larger context, let me put it this way. Ukraine was not fighting the war against Russia. It was NATO which was fighting the war against Russia. Ukraine was just a pawn. There were 30-odd NATO countries which have been supplying weapons, US being the most predominant one. And the day this weapon supply stops, Ukraine will simply lose that war. Unfortunate as it is, this was not a war that should have happened. Even during Trump era, there were challenges that Russia had with Ukraine. Crimea was taken over, but you never had a full-fledged war going on, which had the potential to cross the lines and become a full-fledged European conflict. Biden administration kept on funding and fueling and arming this war, which could have been prevented. Let me tell you one thing. Within 1 or 2 months after the war started in February 2022, Zelensky was on the verge of having some kind of a negotiation with the Russian government, and it was stopped. It was stopped by the West, and that is why this costly war is having a severe impact on the European economies, on America and the rest of the world, because the prices of several commodities are going up. And that is why what has often been said, that there are these elites and unelected, the tyranny of the unelected that we may call. There are military-industrial complexes which do benefit when conflicts like this happen, but there has to be a limit to that. Even when you talk about the war in the Middle East that is going on, there is very little effort which we've witnessed from the United States to stop the conflicts. You have been funding the war on one hand, and they're giving a little bit of ointment to the others. For a long period of time, the Hamas network and the leadership was sitting in Qatar, planning it out. What did Biden administration do about it? The entire Biden administration and the Five Eye Alliance was so much concerned about Niger, who was a designated terrorist in Canada, but could not inform Israel about the attack that was supposed to happen, that was about to happen on October 7 last year. So I think what I feel is this: it may or may not be easy to prevent a conflict, but the one thing is very sure: the Biden administration lacked intent to stop the conflicts. Number two, there are many other areas, and the moment the conflict ends, the price of several critical commodities will come down. The moment the price of commodities come down, many of the economies which are global south economies will start prospering. And Trump is a transactional person who understands that it is important for the United States to accommodate other countries, understand other countries' concerns. The biggest problem for the Biden administration was this, that they thought that they can do a control-alt-del and you can just wipe out Russia from the map of Europe. It's certainly not going to happen. Right. It did not happen. Russia today is a far more de-dollarized and resilient economy. The Americans were buying the same oil from Russia being channeled through India. So I think Trump has a better prospect in terms of reducing conflicts, improving ties than Biden administration.
Yes, Pathika, in fact, we're also joined by Aarti Chopra, who's a political observer, live from San Francisco. Now, Ms. Chopra, as Pathika was telling us about the impact on the Russia-Ukraine war and the politics behind it, how do you see this impacting Europe per se? Because it is, of course, witnessing, wars at both ends right now. If you see one side, of course, not far away is Israel and what's been happening in West Asia, and now, of course, for 2 long years, more than 2 years, the Russia-Ukraine war. The Western European powers have been not very welcoming of Donald Trump. They must be wary. How does this really play out, and when it comes to the European leaders?
Well, thank you for this opportunity, and I'm actually down in Los Angeles. I think the world is not dumb. The world knows what's going on with the Russia-Ukraine war. And the world is also getting to understand this deep state military-industrial complex. And this election with Donald Trump and the Republicans sweeping it is proof that not only Americans, but the world has their eyes on Donald Trump's ability to stop these endless wars, this endless military-industrial complex. I think NATO is going to have to really answer to the new administration that will be incoming, because the world cannot sustain endless wars. We are on the brink of World War III. I mean, that's what we talk about here in America all the time. That what type of world are we leaving for our kids? And yes, this is all geopolitical, back and forth. This is about natural resources. This is about oil. This is about natural gas. This is about territory. This is about borders. And, no one knows this better than India. And America, being the most powerful democracy, while interfacing with India now as the world's largest democracy, both of these countries are going to have to work together to stop war in Europe. And NATO is going to see its days now. I think it's not going to be this endless, defense contractor, moneymaker anymore. I think voters have spoken, the world has spoken, and I think Ukraine and Russia is going to be coming to an end.
Right. And, we're slowly coming to an end of this conversation now, given the paucity of time. So I quickly want to go to Sampath Shivangi to get your response on behalf of all Trump supporters when that rather emotional statement that was made by Donald Trump, he said, God saved me for a reason, and I'm going to fix all that needs to be in the country. It has been quite a lot for Trump supporters given those 2 failed assassination attempts. What were your thoughts at that time?
I think he has facts with him, and they are true. And now at his age, he's a big believer in religion and the God. I think that's a good thing to hear. I think he'll be a good friend of India. He was. Of course, we had some difference of opinion. Naturally, 2 nations, big nations. Now I'm told India is going to be the 4th largest country in the world, largest economy in the world. I think that would also help in making decisions on behalf of U.S. I think U.S. is a big bulwark against China, especially in the Quad Treaty. And India is the chair now. I think President Trump can go to India, maybe have a detailed discussion about India-US relations. 4 years were not bad with President Biden, but I think we have a lot of negativity, especially with Niger case and the Porno case. And now within Canada, Palestinians have blocked Indian going into their own temple, and that is uncalled for. We need a big support from U.S. On that regard, because this has to be stopped. We can't just go forever. I think President Trump can do it. I doubt Biden would have done anything. But of course, we have to wait for 2.5 months because he's going to take over only on January 20th. Maybe on 21st, things will change all over the world. And that's what we're looking for. The previous speaker mentioned about his commitment to what is happening in Bangladesh. I think it's a big factor. Killing of Hindus and destroying the businesses of Hindus. I think the next door neighbor is doing to you, who you have fed them, who they are surviving because of India. The whole Bangladesh was created by Indian soldiers and Indian citizens who helped Bangladesh. This is a very wrong attitude by Bangladeshis. I think President Trump should take a lead, and I think we should, when it comes to quiet meeting or before that, I think one word from him to Bangladesh, things will change. He is not an ordinary guy. He means what he says. So that way we are looking for his leadership again, and I worked in his administration, so I look forward to his leadership in many ways. And thank you,
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And I thank all our guests right now. And, we will love to continue with the conversations as throughout the day, we will get our viewers more analysis and what to expect from this upcoming term of Donald Trump. But right now, me and Suesha will be slipping into a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more news from the country and across the globe.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Trump makes a historic speech in Florida, lays emphasis on slogan, "Make America Great Again." Sensex zooms 1,000 points after Trump's landslide victory.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Trump during his speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback.
People have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After making a big comeback, Trump says God spared me for a reason, promises a better, bolder and an incredible future for the United States. And congratulatory reactions pour in for Donald Trump, from Prime Minister Modi to Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to Volodymyr Zelensky. World leaders are congratulating Trump. Viewers, it's a big day for America, and the people of the United States have chosen their leader. The verdict is out. It's Donald Trump who has swept the 2024 US presidential elections, making a historic comeback after 4 years to the White House, and he has laid emphasis once again on his poll slogan, "Make America Great Again." Trump says that God has saved his life for a reason. Remember, this is, of course, he's pointing towards the 2 assassination attempts while he was campaigning. And now he has promised to make the future of the United States bigger, better and bolder. What to expect? How does it really impact the bilateral ties between New Delhi and Washington, D.C.? And, of course, how it sends out ripples across the globe. That's what we will be discussing. Sampath Shivangi, Republican National Party delegate, live from New York. Also, Jia Mandri, foreign expert, live from the United States. I'll go across to Jia Mandri. She's joining us from the United States of America. Tell us, ma'am, what are you picking up, from people around you, whoever you've been interacting with, right from the time the picture was clear that Donald Trump is back again. How are the reactions like?
Of course, it was really expected reactions because if we say about the campaign by Democratic have been not taken seriously or properly, though they have put too much of money, more than the Republicans. But I can say there were so many loopholes in that. Whereas if you see that in beginning, the pace of the election was Mr. Biden, and then after all of a sudden, once they found that he is not performing well, his dialogues are not coming properly, his body language is not supporting, and his health is not supporting, then they have changed the candidate all of a sudden. So that's what my and others' opinion also, which was quite confusing. Second thing, this dialogue which was earlier also in many of the democratic elections in other countries like India, we have heard about that democracy is endangered, constitution is endangered. So people were really pretty well aware about these kind of words that these are now becoming a slogan of against nationalist people. So Trump, of course, Trump's image from past many years are it's a very staunch nationalist because he always talk America first. So yeah, that has gone in his favor, and after that, if you remember, once this declaration came that Biden would not be the face of the election and the Kamala Harris would be the face of the election. After that, Biden went to a kind of campaign, and then he took a hat from one of a stranger citizen and took it on his head, and that hat was mentioned Trump. So that was a clear message, actually. So what I can see is it was internal conflict, and the loyalists of Democratic Party have not supported Kamala well. So that was the outcome. We were already expecting this kind of outcome. So that's how it is. And the freebies kind of things which Kamala has promised to US citizens, I think that US citizens have taken their national security seriously and bought a security seriously rather than taking those freebies. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, Mr. Sampath, I'll go across to you on the matters that connect straight to New Delhi. And, there have been issues of minorities being attacked in Bangladesh that have been raked up in the last leg of campaigning by Donald Trump. It has garnered a lot of popularity from the Hindus in America. And, of course, from New Delhi, it's a very welcome statement that has come in. We have not seen a U.S. president, before in the past speaking so vocally for the rights of the Hindus, for the rights of Hindu minorities in several other countries. There is this a very hot topic and a very big cause of concern, that is the Khalistani elements, the Khalistani terrorists. In Canada, of course, we are witnessing this unprecedented standoff between Canada and India. How does Trump administration come in here? Will there be a crackdown? Will there be a better handling? We just saw, America, of course, has been handling it a little maturely, if you see, whenever there is any sort of bilateral issue between New Delhi and Washington, D.C. But with Trump coming back, do you see that there should be some movement for the better when it comes to such elements and the concerns regarding it?
Absolutely, you're right. And the whole Bangladesh issue started, I'm told, that intervention of United States wanting a base or some kind of land or sea land in Bangladesh. And that's what the statement came from the ex-Prime Minister Hasina. But nobody knows what is the truth. But I doubt US will intervene in Bangladesh and go against India, but nothing is impossible. I don't think this will happen with President Biden. He has already warned Bangladesh and the leadership there that destruction of Hindus and their properties and their existence in Bangladesh is unacceptable to the United States. I hope the new leadership has learned a lesson. If not, I think they will. There's a lot of belief in the US that it was started by two ex-presidents of the United States. I don't want to name them, but they were the one who inducted the so-called Nobel laureate leader in Bangladesh. I don't think he has any experience in administration or leadership. He was just brought as a dummy, and he has not done anything good. I think Trump will teach him a lesson with Prime Minister Modi and him together. We can resolve Bangladesh issue once for all. I don't think there's a problem. I was not sure if Kamala Harris or Biden would have done that. I think one way having President Trump as President of the United States makes a lot of headway towards India.
Right.
Bangladesh relations. So also China, the Quad. US was banking on India for them to stop China's aggression or China's policy. But now India and China have spoken and things might smoothen out. But still we need Quad help because that's the only way we can stop China aggression on India.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sampath Shivangi and Ms. Jia Mandri for joining us here on the broadcast on the US election. Viewers, we have to slip into a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more updates from the United States and news coming in as far as the country is concerned. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Director, the taste of success.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to...
All right, we have breaking news coming in right now, viewers, from Jammu and Kashmir. And one terrorist has been gunned down in Jammu and Kashmir's Bandipur. Remember, viewers, this is an anti-terror operation that has been underway for the past 24 hours in Bandipur. And what we know is that the arms, ammunition and Aadhaar card has been recovered from the terrorist that has been gunned down in Bandipura. My colleague Arawat joins us live on the broadcast. For more, Arawat, this has been a long gun battle. We understand one terrorist has been eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the big win for the forces, and it's in fact day 2, as we have seen that the one terrorists have been neutralized in this ongoing encounter, as a huge kg of arms ammunition have been recovered. I'll request my VJ to take you through these visuals. This is the spot where the operation is on, and I want to mention it here. These visuals won't hindrance this operation, as this is the last stage of this operation, and my VJ can pan camera to this side and show you the visuals how the security forces are there holding their positions near the encounter site where this operation is going on. And this is a big win for the security agencies after we have seen that the multiple terror attacks took place in the Kashmir Valley from North Kashmir, Central Kashmir to South Kashmir, and this is the big win for the forces, as we have seen that the US-made weapon M4 was also recovered, and this is the win for the forces, as we have been told by the security agencies that these terrorists were planning to create disturbance in the Kashmir Valley, but we have seen how these joint security forces have neutralized the threat, and we have seen and a big win for the forces, and the 2 hand grenades were also recovered. This operation was launched yesterday by the joint security forces after receiving intelligence-based input about the presence of some terrorists in the number of 1 to 2. After that, we have seen the coordinated search operation was launched yesterday late evening, and in fact we have been confirmed by the Jammu and Kashmir police that the one terrorist have been neutralized, and he was affiliated with the Lashkar-e-Toiba, and the huge kg of arms ammunition have been recovered. Meanwhile, the operation is at last stage, and the coordinated search operation is on to nab the second terrorist who was received the intelligence that the 1 to 2 terrorists is present in this area, and the area is still on cordon. And we have seen that the multiple attacks taking place in the Kashmir Valley from north to central Kashmir, but in fact after these back-to-back attacks, intelligence agencies has sounded alert from the line of controls to other cities and towns of the Kashmir Valley, and after that we have seen the multiple terror operations are also underway in the North Kashmir, Kupwara, and also the ongoing operation is at the last stage that we are being told by the Jammu and Kashmir police officials. Yes.
Rawat, what are you picking about the identity of the terrorist that has been neutralized? Because an Aadhaar card has also been right now, seized. Is it a fake Aadhaar card? Is it a homegrown terrorist, or is he from across the border? Any affiliation to a terror outfit that has been discovered?
Yeah, Rakshita, it's a bit challenging for the security agencies that we have been told that an Aadhaar card has been recovered from the killed terrorist, and we have also been told by the sources that the killed terrorist is the Pakistani terrorist. As this is the challenging for the forces, as we have seen during the frisking and other things. These terrorists might be showing the fake Aadhaar card to the security forces on the various checkpoints to escape from these various, and this is the alarming situation, and the authorities need to be strict on this, and the investigation is on whether this Aadhaar card is fake or it's the real Aadhaar card. But we have been told that the killed terrorist is from the Pakistan, who have been neutralized in the Bandipora encounter. Meanwhile, the coordinated search operation is on to nab the second terrorist.
Right, Rawat. Absolutely. Thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in on that encounter. Viewers, in fact, we have some more breaking news that is coming in from the valley. Now, BJP has slammed the national conference over bringing resolution for restoration of Jammu and Kashmir's special status, calling it irrelevant. Meanwhile, the PDP has welcomed the decision. Take a listen into the reactions that have come in on that.
धारा 370 का और जम्मू कश्मीर की असेंबली का कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ये देश के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का हिस्सा था, जिसको 5 अगस्त 2019 को लोकसभा और फिर राज्यसभा में चर्चा के बाद समाप्त कर दिया गया है। ये पार्लियामेंट का डोमेन है, इसका जम्मू कश्मीर की असेंबली से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस जिन्होंने चंद दिन पहले यहाँ सरकार बनाई है, उनको लोगों की समस्याओं के समाधान की चिंता करना चाहिए, लोगों की भलाई, लोगों के मफाद में काम करने का प्लान करना चाहिए और इस प्रकार का प्रोपेगेंडा करने से बचना चाहिए। ये सिर्फ प्रोपेगेंडा है। जम्मू कश्मीर की असेंबली में 370 का रेजोल्यूशन लाकर क्या कर लेंगे भाई? क्या हो जाएगा?
रेजोल्यूशन पास हो जाता है,
कुछ नहीं है। ये देश के पार्लियामेंट का डोमेन है कानून बनाना। देश के पार्लियामेंट देश का कानून बनाता है, ना कि असेंबलीज के अंदर पार्लियामेंट के बनाए हुए कानून को चुनौती कोई कैसे दे सकता है? ये सिर्फ प्रोपेगेंडा है। जनमानस के अंदर एक सेक्शन को अपीज करने के लिए इस प्रकार की कोशिशें और साजिशें हो रही हैं।
Wahid, how do you see the assembly proceedings? Because the resolution was moved by Deputy CM, who represents Jammu aspirations, and it was passed in the House.
It's a welcome move, and this resolution articulates the sentiments and ground realities of Jammu and Kashmir people, that people of Jammu and Kashmir are not satisfied with the scrapping of special sets of Jammu and Kashmir, which happened on 5th August 2019. So it could have been strongly worded, clearly opposing 5th August move, which it was not, and also clearly stating that we don't want dialogue. This also talks about dialogue for restoring 370 and special status. We clearly want restoration of Article 370 and restoration of special status in its original form. However, whatever is mentioned, we endorse it, support it. It's a welcome move, and this is also articulating the ground sentiments of people of Jammu.
News coming in right now, viewers. Now, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge's remarks on Jharkhand elections has sparked a political furor. Now, it's Smriti Irani who has slammed Mallikarjun Kharge, saying that his comments reveal a lack of respect for the state's significance. So it's Smriti Irani versus Mallikarjun Kharge on his remarks ahead of the Jharkhand Assembly elections. Remember, Mallikarjun Kharge accused BJP of accusing Jharkhand for resources and made several other statements that have drawn massive criticism from BJP. Take a listen into what Smriti Irani had to say.
I am surprised that Congress leadership will have this amount of disrespect for a vibrant state like Jharkhand, a state which is proud of its tribal heritage, a state which is proud of its resources, a state which is proud of its valor and its contribution to nation building, has today been demeaned by the Congress president himself. It is also indicative of the result of the upcoming election, where now the Congress party has, I believe, then indirectly conceded defeat. I am surprised that Congress leadership will have this amount of disrespect for a vibrant state like Jharkhand, a state which is proud of its tribal heritage, a state which is proud of its resources, a state which is proud of its valor and its contribution to nation building, has today been demeaned by the Congress president himself. It is also indicative of the result of the upcoming election, where now the Congress party has, I believe, then indirectly conceded defeat.
So viewers, remember, Mallikarjun Kharge had in fact made comments on the number of seats. He had in fact asked while delivering a speech how many seats are there in Jharkhand, and he was saying that why are chief ministers from Assam and other top leaders coming in for this small election. That's what Kharge said, and now it's drawing massive criticism, scathing attack by Smriti Irani. They're calling out Congress's insult to Jharkhand. In fact, let's take a listen in once again to what exactly did the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge had said.
यहाँ पर सीट कितने हैं? 81 सीट हैं, लेकिन सेंट्रल के मिनिस्टर्स, आजू बाजू के मिनिस्टर्स, आसाम से लेकर सब तरफ के मिनिस्टर्स, चीफ मिनिस्टर्स यहाँ आ रहे हैं। अरे भाई, एक छोटी सी इलेक्शन में इतने लोग आकर यहाँ पर एक मजमा बना रहे हैं। यहाँ पर सीट कितने हैं? 81 सीट हैं, लेकिन सेंट्रल के मिनिस्टर्स, आजू बाजू के मिनिस्टर्स, आसाम से लेकर सब तरफ के मिनिस्टर्स, चीफ मिनिस्टर्स यहाँ आ रहे हैं। अरे भाई, एक छोटी सी इलेक्शन में इतने लोग आकर यहाँ पर एक मजमा बना रहे हैं।
So that was the controversial statement by the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. First of all, he was wondering how many seats are there in Jharkhand, and then he belittles the state assembly elections, saying that why are the top leadership from across the states, from the adjacent states, thronging to Jharkhand for the campaign, and we see that the BJP leaders are hitting out against the Congress President on this.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? So I want to thank the American people for the given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. The number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. Donald Trump has made the most spectacular comeback in American political history, becoming second only president to win 2 non-consecutive terms, the last one being in 1892. Congratulatory messages are pouring in from across the world. Prime Minister Narendra Modi joining in congratulating his friend Donald Trump for becoming the 47th president of the United States. That's going to be our focus. Shawan Sen joins me. Shawan.
Well, in fact, Joe Biden had dubbed President Trump's tenure as an aberrant moment. It now turns out that it is Joe Biden whose term is now being seen as an aberrant moment. 136-year-old history has now been shattered, and Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States of America. That's the big news coming in. First, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Donald Trump makes historic speech in Florida, laid emphasis on slogan "Make America Great Again." Sensex zooms 1,000 points after Trump's landslide victory.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance congratulates Trump during this speech, calls the victory the greatest political comeback.
People have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
After making a stronger comeback, Trump says, God spared me for a reason, promises a better, bolder, and an incredible future for the United States. Congratulatory reactions pour in for Donald Trump, from Prime Minister Modi to Emmanuel Macron, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to Zelensky. World leaders congratulate Trump on X. Yeah. It was most keenly contested in the United States, and it was most keenly watched around the world. That's because for whatever time, the United States is still the most powerful nation in the world, and Donald Trump has come up trumps against Kamala Harris and the Democrat establishment, defeating Kamala Harris both in the popular vote and the Electoral College. In fact, this is the first time perhaps in recent history that the Republicans have everything from the Senate to the Congress to the national popular vote to the Electoral College. And Shawan joins me to help us understand what this really means. Shawan, looking at the campaign which Trump really ran, can you share some aspects of which perhaps could impinge on India as well?
Well, I'll take you through all the details coming in right now. Ladies and gentlemen, after Grover Cleveland, you have Donald Trump, the only second president to come back after a loss. Now, what really resonated during his campaign, and what is it that he's indicating from his first victory speech? Let's quickly take you through. First is with regards to taxation. Herein, you've seen how the Republicans have targeted to Democrats by saying that they're going to increase the taxation. This is the one big promise that has found resonance among the voters. Intends to reduce the corporate tax. That's a slash that you're really looking at. Tariffs is another hotly contested issue. Intends to impose over 10% tariff on US import. That's because he largely advocates the fact that you've had other countries bringing in products at a much lower rate. So that he wants to arrest. Let's take a look at the anti-China measures likely to implement policies to reduce reliance on China. Once again, an indication that he just made in the last speech. Let's take you through the other. What next is it looking like? Pledge to execute largest deportation in the US history. Now, this is the biggest takeaway because the first statement that he made after in the victory speech was about sealing the borders and talking about legal migration. That's the reason why. That's the big statement he makes. Now, this is the second key point coming in from the victory speech about stopping the wars. How does he really do that? You could limit US financial support for Ukraine, and that's where the US Congress comes into the picture. Remember the kind of money that has been pumped in over the last few years to fuel this. Now, this is again not the most popular opinion that has been made by Donald Trump. This is with regards to climate change, where he says he aims to eliminate all kind of subsidies as far as renewable energy and EVs are concerned. Now, that's again another hotly contested issue. And the final big takeaway is about the Federal Reserve, where he says that he's going to exert control over the Federal Reserve. Like, it's the protectionist view of Donald Trump coming out from this. So, Abhishek, with regards to what really happens as far as India-US relations are concerned, the bonhomie that has been referred to by the Prime Minister, and particularly taking forward as far as the multiple deals are concerned.
Well, obviously, and we have seen how, Shawan, during the Biden-Harris administration, there were a lot of creases insofar as India-US relationship is concerned from many of the deals which got stuck. Despite all the public bonhomie and a facade of doing good things, great stuff together, the fact is that the relationship was not sort of evenly poised, and it is hope, as it comes out of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's congratulatory message, that we would be going back to the times where there was actual constructive work happening between the two sides.
Well, in fact, let's also now give the big picture in terms of numbers and what has really worked in favor of Donald Trump. Now, that's the numbers that we're going to really talk about, how the Electoral College was essentially divided, and whether at all the Republicans have been able to retain their stronghold. If you really look at the map right now, it's completely red, barring a few states, of course. These are the swing states that has really worked for Donald Trump, starting with Pennsylvania, 19, North Carolina, Georgia, as well as Arizona. So you're looking at least the major swing states moving towards Donald Trump. Of course, as far as Nevada is concerned, that hasn't been called as yet, but it's moving towards Donald Trump. Wisconsin and Michigan. Now, Michigan too, remember, has already been called. That goes in favor of Donald Trump. So if you really look at these 7 bellwether states, that's where the key factor really comes in, working for the Republicans at this point in time, Abhishek. And the big contrast, if you really see from the last elections, is that it appears that all the 7 states could actually go towards the Republicans, and that is the key factor.
Absolutely. In fact, that's really added to the scale of a Trump victory, Shawan. All these states, remember in the last elections, except for Nevada, I believe, Donald Trump had lost all of them, and now swinging. That's why they're called the swing states. This time, of course, Donald Trump getting all of them back, and that really underscores, as I was mentioning, that this is the first time perhaps in at least 2 decades that the Republicans have all of the national popular vote, as also, of course, the Electoral College.
Well, in fact, we'll also talk about the Senate and the House, because as you rightly pointed out, the Senate has also moved towards the Republicans after 4 years. You're really looking at the stronghold of the Republicans. Let's also take you through what has already been called so far in terms of the swing states. So far, it's coming in from North Carolina, which is about 16 electoral votes. Now, that happens to be the second largest after Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania too has already been called in. So you're looking at 16 here, 19. Let's move on faster to take you through the other states that have already been called in. That's Pennsylvania, which would be 19. It seems like we've got stuck with our graphic right now. But I'll just quickly tell you, North Carolina, Arizona, as well as Pennsylvania. These are the 3 places where you're largely seeing the swing states coming in. Georgia, that's about 16 here. So you have 19 plus 16, that's the second highest. Pennsylvania, I've already spoken about. And let me take you through the other coming in. Michigan 2, we have just missed that out. Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes. So all that put together, it seems that you have a bunch of states coming together in favor of the Republicans, as Abhishek was also pointing out. Now, these are the bellwether states too. It has flipped towards the Democrats in the previous election. Now, once again, coming back for the Republicans.
All right, let's move on to another breaking news development coming in. This is from a very reaction to Donald Trump's victory from a very important quarter, geopolitically speaking. Kremlin has reacted now, saying that it would judge Donald Trump, who has claimed victory in the US presidential election, on his actions. Putin does not plan to congratulate Trump on his victory. We are talking about an unfriendly country that is both directly and indirectly involved in the war against Russia. The president's press secretary, Dmitry Peskov, reminded. Now, this is clear. Remember, Vladimir Putin had all but endorsed Kamala Harris. Remember, Shawan, which was picked up by Donald Trump, and when he said in his campaign that it's Kamala Harris whom Putin prefers. In a way, Putin continuing with that messaging that, oh, he's not very excited about Donald Trump, but remember, the position that Donald Trump has taken on Europe war obviously helps Putin, because Donald Trump's victory means that America would not be that gung-ho on the Europe war or its role in the Europe war. America would not be that gung-ho on NATO. And so I believe, I think this is a smart politics, if nothing else, by Vladimir Putin in not outrightly welcoming Donald Trump's victory, and hence not compromise Donald Trump's standing in the eyes of the Americans by sort of suggesting in any manner that, oh, see, Russians are excited about Trump's victory.
Well, in fact, just 2 big takeaways from the statements that have been made by Donald Trump in the past, particularly with regards to the Russia-Ukraine war. One, the funding that has been given by the US Congress, essentially aiding the war, is what Donald Trump had indicated. That is the reason why perhaps Volodymyr Zelensky developing that cold feet. If at all Trump comes back, what really happens to the funding? And that is one big perhaps a bone of contention on this on this particular issue. Now, the other statement that was actually made with regards to the Russia-Ukraine war, all through the campaigning, this is what he said, that if at all there is a Russia-Ukraine war, that is because of Joe Biden, and he says that if voted to power, he will ensure that the war comes to an end. A reference to it also in the victory speech, perhaps you can play that victory speech in a short while from now, where he once again says that all those who are saying that if Donald Trump comes to power, war will take place. He referred to the fact that in his term, there was no war. In fact, he intends to end the war. In terms with the Congress power that they have right now, in fact, the Senate power that they have, it seems like first cut the funding.
In fact, Shravan, during the campaign, Donald Trump had said very clearly that the moment I win, the first thing I'll do is call Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin and tell them this is not a time for war, as Prime Minister Modi always has maintained. So I think it's going to be interesting. One Volodymyr is going to like that, one Vladimir is not going to like that. It would be interesting to see which one.
Well, in fact, let's also take you through what is it that, how exactly is China really responding to it? Because I'm given to understand China's Foreign Ministry, Abhishek, has also put out a statement, if I'm not wrong. That's the other breaking news now coming in, because with the return of Donald Trump, how exactly would China really respond? Because we have seen the kind of acrimonious relationship that they've had, aggression that we saw in the previous term. Are we really looking at the same kind of an aggression being brought in by Donald Trump as far as dealing with China? Abhishek.
Well, yes, absolutely. So if it comes to China, remember, Donald Trump, Shravan, was the first American president perhaps effectively leading the riot act to China in its first term from the United Nations. Otherwise, bombing China with a tariff wall and...
Okay, well, in fact, I think so they've called in the election, which was known, Trump being elected as the 47th.
Very reluctantly. So it seems, Shravan, a couple of hours later...
Well, if you simply go by the Associated Press's history, they've largely said that we've always got it correct for decades put together. It's that's the positioning that they've done. But having said that, you've had all the other legacy media in the West really calling the elections much earlier. Reuters also, I'm told, the wires have already called in. But here, that's also because till about the last election, things nervously changed with every passing hour. This time, there were certain changes that were brought in particularly the swing states. So that's the reason why the counting has happened much faster than what happened in the previous elections. But now, AP, Associated Press, Abhishek, calling in the elections, Donald Trump, the 47th President of the United States of America.
Well, belatedly so. I mean, they had, as if they had option. If they had option, they would have exercised it, Shravan. But the fact of the matter is that when even CNN was quick enough to sort of concede even before Kamala Harris, and in fact, if I recollect correctly, when things were really panning out, CNN was actually keeping pace with Fox in terms of increasing the percentage possibility of Trump. Of a Trump victory. So I think in that sense, having played very anti-Trump during the campaign, American media really had no option now with the numbers coming in. And I think the wide margin with which this drubbing has come in for the Harris campaign, I think there was no possibility whatsoever of playing around for whatever time, and hence you are seeing these concessions essentially coming in.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, we've spoken about what India really gets from a Trump presidency. But there are also certain flip sides that we'll have to really look at. Now, the flip side, let's talk about the flip side of what India might essentially lose. Now, that's on the tenterhooks right now. Inflation may go up, is some experts essentially indicating higher interest rates, increased costs. Because remember, right now, for Donald Trump would be to basically be much more protectionist. So does that really have an impact? Once again, that's an area which we do not like. With the dollar really strengthening, how does that really impact us? Indian rupee, whether that is going to weaken or not, that's another big concern right now with Trump really coming in. So that's the bigger concern. Now, these are some of the what experts have been indicating. Of the flip side of it, import expenses may rise once again. If at all the tariffs are being brought in, with American companies being given that primacy, it may have its own impact on the market, extended market instability. But having said that, we have seen that as far as what works let's also take you through what works. Anticipated rise in the US fiscal deficit. Now, these are some of the things that have really could be a cause of concern. But let's also take you through what India might also gain from the presidency. Now, that is another important aspect. While we're talking about the global inflation, higher interest rates, because this is essentially stemming from the protectionist view of the Republicans, where they say the primary concern would be for the American companies. So that's the flip side of it, but things could certainly change if at all you have the hard bargaining that has been done by the Indians, Abhishek.
All right, Shawan, from the United States back home, and there is a breaking news development coming in, and that's connected with Bengal and what we are getting to hear. There is an FIR registered against Mithun Chakrabarti, Padma Vibhushan Mithun Chakrabarti, BJP leader, of course, for a provocative speech that he seems to have delivered. The complaint or FIR has been registered in the Bidhan Nagar police station, and that's been done today, Shawan. Okay, we have Mayuk live on this story. Let's get more details about what the provocative speech was about. Mayuk Ranjan Ghosh from our Kolkata newsroom joins us over the phone. Mayuk, what's this FIR about against Mithunda?
Well, good afternoon, Abhishek and Shawan. Let me tell you the sections. 192 of BNS, 196, 299, 351, 352 and 61-2. Clearly, it's a FIR against instigation. It's an FIR against creating tension and instilling riots in several parts of West Bengal. That's what the allegations are against Padma Vibhushan and Bharat Ratna Padmi Dadasaheb Phalke, Mithun Chakrabarti. What Mithun Chakrabarti said in presence of Home Minister Amit Shah during a BJP Bengal program is that if Humayun Kabir can say, remember Humayun Kabir had said that we'll stop Hindus, we'll cut them and throw them into the Bhagirathi river in 10 minutes. During the election, Humayun Kabir from Trinamool Congress, he said that. Mithun Chakrabarti said that in 2026, if Hindus are being stopped from voting, from casting their vote, we will do the same thing. It will be a tit for tat. This is what Mithun Chakrabarti said in a BJP program in Kolkata a few days back, and after that Trinamool Congress has objected. In fact, Trinamool Congress spokesperson Kunal Ghosh and others have mentioned that this is a very dangerous, very sensitive comment, and Mithun Chakrabarti should be booked. And right now what we are seeing, 2 FIRs being lodged, one in Bowbazar police station in Kolkata, another one in Salt Lake, that's in Bidhan Nagar police station. So 2 FIRs against film actor and BJP Neta Mithun Chakrabarti. Abhishek.
All right, on that, thank you so much, Mayuk, for joining us with those details. It happens in Bengal. BJP leader Mithun Chakrabarti gets an FIR lodged, not Humayun Kabir. Thank you so much, Mayuk. And Shawan, we slip into a short break, coming back on the other side with more of the US presidential poll results and Donald Trump victory.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? So I want to thank the American people for the
taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. The number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
All right, we are back to another breaking news development now from down south in Karnataka, where Siddaramaiah has appeared before the Lokayukta. The Karnataka CM has issued a statement after being questioned by the Lokayukta in the MUDA scam, and more details awaited on this big development. Remember, the MUDA scam, all details of which were brought to you by Republic TV in a campaign mode, and following which the courts had intervened, following which we had Siddaramaiah in fact withdrawing from that land allotment along with his family. Now Karnataka Chief Minister has issued a statement. Let's listen into soundbite. All right, we are soon going to get a reaction. Siddaramaiah essentially in a statement released after his questioning by the Lokayukta, attacking the BJP on the manner in which the opposition party in Karnataka went after him, and Siddaramaiah essentially playing the victim card. Karnataka Chief Minister is issuing a statement there after having been questioned by the Lokayukta early in the day. We will try and soon get you the pictures. And BJP making false cases against me is the charge Siddaramaiah is making against the opposition party in the state. Remember, he had surrendered all the land allotments along with his family in the MUDA case, MUDA scam, following the revelations, and subsequently the matter, of course, is being investigated by the Lokayukta of Karnataka. Okay, now we have the soundbite coming in. Let's listen to it.
ಸರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸ್ನೇಹಮಯಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣಗೆ ಏನಂತ ಹಾಕಿರೋದು, ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಏನಂತ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು, ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ಗೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇವರು ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಇದ್ದಾರಾ?
ಸರ್ ಈಗ 40 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ